Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Wednesday, February 25th. "6:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, local time here in Walla Walla, Washington. I'm pretty sure I'm in Pacific time, but I'm not 100%. I just finished making a delivery of retail shelving units to Super One Foods in Walla Walla, Washington. And now I got to drive through town for a few minutes to get onto the highway. And I'm going to drive to Portland. They got me unloaded early. My appointment was not until 8 a.m. I got here somewhere around 5. Trucks use left lane for truck route. Oh, is there a truck route? Damn it. Truck route straight ahead. Let's see. Man, you got to be careful with these truck routes because sometimes they don't go where you want to go. Trucks, no right turn. Trucks, no right turn. All right, so I want to keep going straight, and I think this is Rose Street coming up. Rose Street is an alternate way to get where I want to go. I could turn left on Rose Street, but I chose to go straight, and it looks like the truck route is the route that I want to take. This is Rose Street right here. I was thinking about turning left here on Rose Street, but the truck route is the route that I chose to take. So we're good. It looks like the route that I plan on taking is the route that I have to take. And I had to get down here on some Google Street Maps and look at the street view because there was a railroad track that went across 9th Street up here. And I was like, damn it. At the next stop sign, turn left. That looks like a low bridge. And according to Google Street View, is a 14-foot bridge. I'm surprised the truck route goes this through here. I figured the truck route would be Rose Street. Because this goes through a residential neighborhood. And that's the 14-foot bridge, the railroad track going across the road that I was concerned about with this route. The truck is 13 feet 6 inches, truck and trailer. We got a little over a half a mile left on these city streets to get onto the highway. But yeah, I got there at like 5:15, 5:20 a.m. And they have 2 docks, one on each side of the building. They don't open till 6 a.m., but the door was open at the dock. So I walked over there and walked inside and waved somebody down. I told them I was a truck driver here for a delivery, and I just wanted to know which dock they wanted me in. The dock at the door that I walked in had a trailer dropped in it. So I was hoping that they didn't want to unload me in that one, and I was going to have to sit around and wait for that trailer to be moved, or they might ask me to move the trailer out. But they just told me to go to the dock on the other side of the building. They had to flag somebody down. Nobody knew what was going on, so they flagged somebody down.
Feet at the traffic circle. Take the first exit onto Washington 125.
Well, they called somebody on the phone. And then somebody walked over there, and he walked outside and looked at the dock situation.
In 200 feet at the traffic circle, take the third exit onto the US 12 West ramp.
Oh my God, I hate these roundabouts, damn traffic circles. It is basically impossible for trucks to go around these things without going over the damn curb.
Exit the traffic circle onto the ramp. In a quarter mile, merge onto US 12 West.
Alright, we're through that stupid crap. Like 3 traffic circles. So now I've got a 253 mile drive from where I'm at right now, according to Google, 253 miles to get to the TA just south of Portland. Why am I going to the TA south of Portland? Do I have a load that I'm picking up over there? No. I do not have my next load booked yet. But it's most likely going to pick up from the Portland area or Staten, Oregon. Most likely I'm going to end up with a window load that picks up out of Staten, Oregon, that's over by Salem, Oregon, south of Portland. That's one of the reasons I'm heading over there, is because that's the most likely place where I'm going to get my next load. Another reason I'm heading over there is because that's where the cheapest fuel is at. So if I'm going to be parked for like a week waiting on a load, I need to throw some fuel in. That's the place to do it. And the next reason that I'm going over there is I need to put the truck in the shop. Well, not the truck, but the trailer. I've already had the trailer in the shop once for ABS. And it did not have an, just a second here, there's a cop in the median and the four-wheelers are moving over in front of me and slowing down. Do you have warrants or something? Why do people act like this? They go by a cop and people will slow down like 5, 10 under the speed limit. They'll take exits. People start freaking out when they see a cop. And when I see people acting like that, I'm like, man, they're doing something illegal. If I was a cop and people slowed down by like, they slowed down like 10 miles an hour over the speed limit when they passed me, or they started jumping to the exit, I would probably go pull them over. That is suspicious behavior. Are all of those white poles off in the distance windmills? I don't see any blades. I just see a whole bunch of white poles. So anyway, yeah, these guys were awesome. I got moved over into that other dock, and I was expecting to sit there for a couple hours until they started unloading me. And like 2 minutes after I parked there, I'm sitting there looking at my phone, and I was thinking about ordering some food from McDonald's. I was checking to see what kind of deals they had on their app. And somebody yells at me from my passenger window. They're like, "What are you waiting on?" The guy was kind of rude. So I got out of my truck, and he said, "What are you delivering?" I said, "Shelving units." He said, "How much of the trailer is ours?" I said, "The whole thing." I said, "Do you want to see the bill of lading?" And he said, "Sure." So I gave him his copy of the bill of lading, and then he just walked off and started unloading the trailer. This nice divided highway does not last for very long. I'm wondering if I should pass this truck in front of me. It looks like it is really heavy. But I don't know if we're going to be going over much of any mountains or anything like that. Never been on this road. I came in on State Road 11, and now I'm leaving on Highway 12. And this is a nice divided highway for, I don't know, maybe 10 to 20 miles. We're going up a really tiny little hill right now, and this truck is losing a little bit of speed, but not much. So yeah, whenever I get to the TA in Aurora, Oregon, just south of Portland, I plan on going straight into the shop, and hopefully they can get me in and out of there within an hour or two. Shops will sometimes stock speed sensors, and I think that's what the problem is. I think it's a speed sensor. So if you haven't been following the videos, let me go over the ABS issue situation. So whenever I initially picked the trailer up, it passed inspection, no issues. And then after a couple of hours of driving, it was more than a couple of hours driving. It was like the last 3 hours of my first drive shift, the ABS light came on and stayed on. And at the end of my drive shift, I disconnected and reconnected the ABS cable multiple times, and it would not clear the error. So I thought, well, I've got to put this in the shop. And then at the beginning of my next drive shift, whenever I turned the truck on, the error was cleared. I was like, okay, that's weird. I'm going to pass this truck. Speed limit is 60. I have my cruise set at 60, so we're going to speed a little bit. We're going to get up a couple miles an hour over 60 so that we don't block traffic, and I'm going to get around this truck. So basically from that, okay, so the ABS light wasn't on when I started driving in my second drive shift. And then after a couple of hours, the ABS light came back on. And then there were a couple of times where it went off, came back on. But for the most part, it stayed on throughout the entire drive shift after it came on. And then in my third drive shift, I had a similar experience where it was off whenever I first started driving. After an hour or so, came back on. And then I think in my third drive shift, it actually went back off for a really long time. And then it eventually came back on. All right, this rock hauler is pissing me off. So I sped up so that I wouldn't be slow passing this person. And I'm trying to get distance before I let it drop back down to my cruise. And this person sped up. I'm doing 65. They're speed matching me. I'm slowing back down to 60 now. You know, if they want to do 65, they can pass me. All right, we're back on the cruise. So I put the trailer in the shop in Boise, Idaho at the TA. And the error cleared off of the trailer while I was waiting to get pulled into a bay. So when I was in the bay, there was no error on the trailer. But I told them what the flash code was, and I don't know what they did. I don't know if they pulled the wire to reproduce the error that I was getting, or if it had a stored error on it or whatever. But that error that I was getting was basically the right rear speed sensor. And because it wasn't an active error, they weren't sure what exactly was causing it. So they got in there and inspected it, and the wire going to the speed sensor was not installed correctly. They said that the wire was really tight, and the zip ties that they used to secure the wire were on the wire really tight. And because of everything being so tight and as you're driving down the road, everything moves around. They suspected that the wiring was probably getting stretched and it was probably getting damaged because of how tight it was installed. So instead of replacing the speed sensor, they thought it would be a wire issue, so they replaced the wire going to the speed sensor instead of the speed sensor. And about, I don't know, an hour after I left the TA, the ABS light came back on, and it's been on ever since. Now it's not clearing. Before, the ABS light was clearing whenever I would turn the power off to the trailer for more than like 30 seconds or a minute, or whenever I would drive at low speeds. Like if I parked and drove around at like 5 miles an hour, the ABS error would sometimes clear. Now it's not clearing at all. It's just been on ever since about an hour after I left the TA. The light's been on. Just, turning power off on the truck for my 10-hour break. Actually, I was sitting at I was parked at a casino for 31 hours. And when I turned the truck back on after sitting there for 31 hours, the ABS light was on. So it's been on ever since I left that TA. After about an hour after I left that TA, the light's been on ever since then. And I'm not getting flash codes anymore. So it's most likely the speed sensor. And there probably was a wiring issue. And the error was probably clearing because of the wiring issue. And now it's getting a solid signal from the speed sensor, or not, and it's just staying completely errored. Maybe the wire was causing voltage issues that was occasionally causing the error to reset. Who knows? But I'm pretty sure it's just a speed sensor. Those are pretty easy to replace. I've never replaced one, but I say that they're easy to replace because I've had mechanics replace them in less than 15 minutes. Yeah, all of those white poles I saw off in the distance, they're all windmills. I can see the blades on them now. "11 miles until Highway 730. I'm pretty sure that we lose the nice divided highway before we even get to Highway 730. Oh, great. This pickup is racing to get in front of me. All they're managing to do is force me out of my damn lane. It's really dangerous for large vehicles to do lane changes because we have so many blind spots and it takes us so long to change lanes. It's very annoying when these four-wheelers run me out of the lane. We need yield signs on every on-ramp because these people don't realize they're supposed to yield to traffic that's already on the road. All right, we just lost the nice divided road. I'm going to spend all of this time fixing this trailer, and then I'm going to get rid of the trailer because I'm most likely going to get a window load, and window loads are drop and hook. Just a second here. There's a four-wheeler that knows that they're losing the lane, and they are hauling ass to pass me before we lose this lane. Speed limit 60. Well, at least now that we went down to bidirectional, we don't have a dual speed limit. I was looking for a new speed limit sign now that we went down to bidirectional to see if some genius had a dual speed limit on a one-lane road. Like, that would be kind of dumb. Yeah, you can go 70 miles an hour, but we're going to limit the other vehicles on the road to 60, so good luck doing 70. Four-wheelers are starting to catch up with me. You know, they wouldn't be catching up with me if they weren't speeding. Because I am doing the speed limit. Nine-Mile Ranch. There was a window load posted yesterday, I think, that was paying 9,000 something dollars. I think it was close to 10 grand. I think it was like 98, 96 or something like that. Like $9,800 load. That's the full rate. We only get approximately 70% of that. But like some $9,800 window load. And I was thinking about getting it. There were a few negatives with it. One is that it picked up 7 a.m. today. It picked up an hour before my load delivered. And then I would have like a 5-6 hour drive. Be about a 6-hour drive to pick the load up. So, like, I wouldn't be able to pick the load was scheduled to pick up at 7 a.m. I wouldn't be able to pick it up until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's an issue. I wouldn't be able to make all the deliveries on time and stuff like that because they schedule those things pretty tight. Another issue with the load was that it had 35 extra stops on it, so 36 total deliveries, and it was delivering all over the place. Like, there were a whole bunch of deliveries across the state of Washington, way off out in the middle of nowhere. So you were driving a lot of like state roads and highways. You weren't doing much interstate driving. Tons and tons of deliveries out in the middle of nowhere across Washington. I didn't look at the rest of the deliveries to see where all of them were at. And then the other negative about the load is that it was finishing in Montana. I can't remember where exact. Oh, just a second here. There's some four-wheeler. Out here being stupid. It's not like I'm going slow. I'm going the damn speed limit. But these cars are so used to driving like 20, 30 miles an hour over the speed limit that going the speed limit drives them absolutely crazy. So yeah, that load had a lot of negatives to it. And somebody booked it really fast. Before I had a chance to even think about booking the load, while I was sitting there just looking at all the negatives with the load, it disappeared off the load board. Way station in half a mile. It's 7:03 a.m. Is the way station going to be open? Great.
In half a mile, continue straight onto US 730 West.
Up to this point, I've been driving pretty much nights and weekends. Way station closed.
Continue straight onto US 730 West. Continue on US 730 West for 25 miles.
Damn it. What's going on here, bro? What are you doing, bro? Slow down your roll there, bro. I couldn't tell how much merge lane they had or anything. But based on their speed, it looked like they were trying to get out in front of me. but they weren't going very fast. I would have had to slow down a lot to let them in front of me. We've got 24 miles until we get to the interstate. So we've got 24 miles of this bi-directional crap. At least it's nice scenery, even though I don't really get to enjoy the scenery. I'm so focused on the roadway and the vehicles around me that I can see it out of my peripheral, and I can occasionally glance over at it, but I don't really get to enjoy the scenery that much. I think pretty much the rest of this drive to the interstate is driving alongside this body of water. All right, 55 mile per hour turn. Let's slow down. All right, four-wheeler. I want to move over to the right side of the lane so they can get a good look ahead. It's a great spot to pass if they want to. They seem content with just hanging out behind me. So all I've got behind me now is that one four-wheeler. Everybody turned at that last junction where the way station was at. But yeah, there's actually been a few good loads posted. I say good, but they were booked so fast that I did not have a chance to look at the details on the loads. But there was a couple of loads going cross country all the way over to like North Carolina. I can't remember all the destinations, but there was like 3 loads that were paying around $3 a mile going from the Seattle-Portland area all the way over to the East Coast. Loads paying like $8,000, $9,000. and they get booked really fast. Welcome to Oregon.
Welcome to Oregon.
Speed limit just dropped from 60 to 55. Resetting the cruise control down to 55. Looks like we're catching up with a truck. "18 miles until Interstate 82. And we're going to go south on 82 for a few miles and get onto 84, and then take 84 into the Portland area, and then take the 205 across Portland to the 5, and then the 5 just a few miles south to Aurora, where the TA is at. I've never had any work done at the TA. Actually, no, I haven't. I don't think. I'm pretty sure I've never had any work done at the TA in Aurora. I have gone into the shop to buy like a bolt, a nut and a bolt. And they seemed really cool. The nut and bolt was for, I think it was a mud flap on the trailer. It was just missing a nut and bolt. So, like, just one of the mud flaps was loose because it was missing a nut and bolt. And I asked them, I was going to buy a nut and bolt from them for the mud flap. I was going to have Landstar buy basically a nut and bolt kit for the mud flap. I think it was a mud flap. Can't remember. Can't remember what exactly it was for, but I think it was a mud flap. And they just went into their little stock room where they had nuts and bolts, and they found a nut and bolt for me and just gave it to me. And this was like right after the lockdowns or during the lockdowns. And I came in there wearing a mask, and they're like, "You don't need to wear that stupid crap in here." And I was like, "Well, all right then." They're like, "Yeah, we don't do that dumb stuff here." I'm like, "Yeah, it never really made sense to me that we would be wearing spit masks for an airborne virus." I don't want to go off on a tangent about how ridiculous the mask rules were during the lockdowns, but let me explain so people don't get confused. Viruses are extremely small. You need specialized masks for virus protection. Just a regular spit mask, like a regular, medical, like, spit mask, like the little, like, blue masks that you see doctors wearing and stuff like that. Those are not for viruses. Those are just spit masks. They do absolutely nothing against viruses. So the government dictating that we have to wear spit masks or just basically anything to cover our mouths was absolutely idiotic for an airborne virus. Viruses are so small that they just go right through that stuff. It's as if it's not even there. So for the government to be like firing people from their jobs and, you know, businesses refusing to work with people that wouldn't wear masks and stuff like that, it was crazy. Absolute insanity. And then the vaccines were proven to be worthless, and there were a lot of people that refused to take the vaccine and suffered harsh penalties for it. And that's just, it is so crazy to me how subservient people were during the Wuhan virus. The government was having us do things that did not make sense, and people were just like 100% on board. And anybody that questioned the government was just ridiculed. They were shunned. They were fired from their jobs. They were banished from the society, basically. Even though the things the government was having us do didn't make any sense, like the vaccine, they still to this day talk about the vaccine, how effective it was and stuff like this. The vaccine was absolutely worthless. It did nothing. It had zero benefit whatsoever. Everything that they claimed, all of the positive benefits that they claimed, were lies. This was proven that every single positive benefit was a lie. Sorry, I'm just watching to see if this car is going to try to pass me. The vaccine only had negative effects. There were people that died from taking the vaccine. The vaccine did not help anyone. One of the things that they claimed was that if you were vaccinated, you didn't have to wear a mask anymore, because now you couldn't transmit the virus. That was not true. Anyway, let's not rant and rave about the Wuhan virus. A lot of people made a lot of money off of that. The pharmaceutical companies tried to get the government to mandate more booster shots because their revenue dropped sharply whenever the government stopped forcing people to take the vaccine. So they came back and asked the government to force people to take more booster shots so that they could keep their revenue up. That's the insanity we were dealing with. Way station in 2 miles. Let's see if we get pulled in and we have a big light on the side of our trailer saying, hey, I've got a violation. So if I get pulled into the way station, I'll probably get pulled in for an inspection and they'll probably write me a ticket. So let's see if the way station's open. So far, since I've been driving nights and weekends, I don't think I've gone across an open way station this entire drive. I can't remember an open way station that I've gone through on the entire drive. passing lane in 1 mile. The way station is also in approximately 1 mile. And this four-wheeler is still chilling behind me. We've got 10 miles until Interstate 82. All right, it looks like the way station might be open. There are lights flashing up ahead. Let's go ahead and turn the cruise control off, because I'm pretty sure this way station is open. It is open. Where the hell is the way station? Oh, I just got the bypass. Oh my God. The luck is strong with this one. Finally hit an open way station. And I get the bypass. All right, this truck just merged on. I'm going to go ahead and move in behind this truck to let this car pass me, even though this truck's going slow. I'm going to let this car pass because I don't know how long this passing lane lasts. Breaking the law, breaking the law. .7 miles until Interstate 82. So we should be good to get to the TA now. I cannot remember the way station situation between here and the TA. I think there might be a way station just south of Portland I might have to go through. I can't remember. We might be good to go the rest of the drive. Oh my goodness. The truck behind me is so mad that I passed them. They are riding my ass right now. I have my cruise set at the speed limit of 55, and they are riding my ass. Oh, they just turned right there. That was weird. I'm not sure if the person driving that Love's tanker was like motioning to me, or if they were like singing along with a song or something, but it seemed like they were mouthing something. They had their hand on the top of their steering wheel, and they were waggling. They had one finger, their index finger pointed up, and they were waggling their index finger back and forth. Like, nope, don't do that. I think they were probably just singing along to a song or something. 5.7 miles until the interstate. "7:27 a.m. I'm 205 miles away from the TA. That means I'm probably about. I think it's a 40-mile drive from. It's approximately a 40-mile drive from Troutdale, the TA in Troutdale, which is right where you come into the Portland area. It's like the eastern edge of Portland. I think it's a 40-mile drive from there to the TA in Aurora, because I remember one time getting to the TA in Troutdale, and that place is really busy. And I parked in a reserved spot, and I was just about to get out of the truck and go in and pay for the reserved spot, and a TA employee walks up to my truck and asks for my reservation number or the receipt or something like that. And I told them I hadn't gone in and paid for it yet. And they were like, well, we're all booked up, so you're going to have to leave. You're not going to be able to get a reserved spot. And I was like, oh my God. And they're like, yeah, there's another TA on the south side of Portland. I was like, isn't that a long ways away from here? And they were like, I think it's around 40 miles. And I looked it up. Yeah, it was like 40 miles. Like, damn it. So, if we're 205 miles away from the TA, that means that we're about 165 miles away. Port of Umatilla. Umatilla? I don't know how to pronounce it. About 165 miles away from the Portland Metro. And what mile per hour average should we use? Well, it's going to be a 65 mile per hour speed limit once I get onto Interstate 84. Just a second here. There are vehicles wanting to pull out into the roadway, and I'm just keeping an eye on them. I'm surprised that truck didn't pull out. They had, I thought they had plenty of room to pull out. That truck still hasn't pulled out of there. I don't know what in the hell that truck's waiting for. Maybe they're making a left. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 45. Let's turn the cruise off. 1.2 miles until I make a left turn onto the interstate. Oh, buddy. And those brakes hit hard. I just barely touched the brakes. And they hit real hard. Jerked my head forward. So what time am I going to be hitting the Portland Metro? It is 7:32, 160 miles approximately. We'll do a 60 mile per hour average. Because that's the easiest. It's a mile a minute. So that'd be 2 hours and 40 minutes. That'd be 9:32. That'd be 10:12. Sorry, just a second here. Trying to look for an opening to get over to the left, and cars just keep passing me on the left. And then all these cars that so aggressively passed me are now going slow in the left lane.
At the next light, turn left onto the I-82 East ramp to I-84 Pendleton. At the light, turn left onto the I-82 East ramp. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-82 East.
All right. Now it's interstate driving for the rest of the drive. Yay. So a little after 10 a.m. is when I should be driving through the Portland area. That's not bad. That is not a bad time to be driving through a major metropolitan area.
Continue on I-82 East for 9 miles.
All right, truck speed limit, 65. Got the cruise reset to 65. Nine miles until the Interstate 84 junction. Now we just get to cruise. Yeah, this is nice. Them getting me unloaded so early was really, really nice. Let me get out of the Walla Walla area before morning traffic got very bad. And now I'm going to be out in the middle of nowhere whenever rush hour starts. And rush hour will be over and done with by the time I get to a major metropolitan area. Just a second here. Got a truck that's riding my ass. I suspect they're about to pass me. Oh, they're just riding my ass. We've got 4 miles until the 84 junction. Maybe they're going to wait until we get on to 84. Because maybe they're afraid I'll speed up on them when they try to pass and they'll get stuck out in the left lane and miss the exit or something like that. Or maybe they're hoping I'm going the opposite direction. They won't have to pass me. They backed off of me. They're not riding my ass anymore. Well, the good thing about the ABS issue now is that the ABS light is just staying on. So now they have an active error to troubleshoot. Should be easier for them to fix the problem. And whenever they replace something, they will know if that fixed the problem. Whereas last time, since the error went away, whenever I got to the shop, They were just kind of guessing at what was causing the error. They weren't able to verify by clearing the error because it was already cleared. I want to get on to 84 westbound. 1.5 miles.
Half a mile, take the I-84 west exit toward Portland. Take the I-84 west exit.
All right, looks like we're clear. There's a four-wheeler. All right, let's see what the merge situation is. All right, we got room. All right, let's turn the cruise back on. Now we're on to Interstate 84. I just smelled something that reminded me of like meatloaf and mashed potatoes, which is so good. $190 miles to go, 168 miles until I get on to Interstate 205. So the truck speed limit stays 65 until we get to the Dulles or Dowles or whatever, Oregon. And that sign says it's 91 miles to the Dowles. And the truck speed limit drops to 60 at that point. And that's still like 100 miles away from Portland. And then whenever you get near Portland, the truck speed limit drops down to 55. Oh, that truck's been riding my butt. Finally went out for the pass. It's a weird looking step deck. It looks short. The tires, it's a spread axle, and the tires are so far forward at the back that they're really close to the drive tires. It looks like a tiny little short trailer, like a 40-foot trailer maybe. My goodness, there's a lot of windmills around this area. Not getting any load alerts, but it's not 8 a.m. local time yet. (7:49 a.m.) So let's talk about what I'm going to do whenever I get to the TA, aside from putting the truck in the shop. Second here, there's a truck passing me. It looks like a cattle hauler out here hauling ass. So, besides putting the trailer in the shop, oh, they must have just delivered. The floorboards are wet. It looks like, no, I was about to say it looks like they might have just gotten a washout, but the trailer is filthy. So I checked, in my last video, I talked about video games. What in the hell does this say? 730 East Aragon, 1 mile. So yeah, video games. I looked at some video games. Mainly what I did while I was parked there at the casino was sleep. I browsed around on YouTube just watching random YouTube shorts. That is addictive. Just, you see a short that has some clickbait title. Usually it's funny videos or something like that. And I click on one of those, and then and then you scroll to the next video, and you scroll the next video. Next thing you know, like 3 hours has passed, and you've just been sitting there scrolling through YouTube shorts. But that's mainly what I did whenever I got parked, was just sit there and scroll through YouTube. And then I went to sleep, and I ended up sleeping for like 12 hours. I messed up my sleep schedule pretty bad. I was afraid that I was going to have issues doing the delivery, because I slept until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was like, damn it, I'm going to start getting tired right around the time I need to go do this delivery. So I crawled back into bed at like 8 p.m., 7 or 8 p.m. and just tried to go to sleep. I couldn't. I ended up just sitting there listening to YouTube videos until about 2 a.m. And then I finally fell asleep at about 2 a.m. and I had my alarm set for 4 a.m. So I slept for about an hour, because I woke up. I went to sleep at like 2 a.m. I woke up at like 3 a.m. and I tried to go back to sleep and I couldn't. So I just ended up laying in bed until the alarm went off. So yeah, I'm on a weird sleep schedule right now. I'm actually getting tired. So once they finish with the ABS issue on the trailer, I'll probably park and go to sleep. But, oh yeah, in the casino, I didn't think there'd be anybody in the casino. I had to go in the casino to use the restroom. And I was surprised at how many people were in there. I'm guessing that the cars are parking somewhere else. It looked like the parking lot closest to the truck parking area was reserved for valet parking, and there was hardly any cars in it. So everybody must have been parking somewhere else, because there was a lot of people in the casino. And so I was surprised at how many people were in the casino. I was also surprised at how many dogs were in the casino. There were a lot of people that had dogs sitting with them at the slot machines. And then, like any casino, it was hard to find the restroom. Casinos intentionally hide shit around and put things way back behind stuff, so you have to walk through areas to get to it. Casinos try to trap you inside. What in the hell? My fuel gauge just dropped by a huge amount. I was almost completely full, just a hair under full, and now I'm just a little bit over 3/4 of a tank. I think my little float that measures the fuel in the tank is sticking a little bit. All right, there's nobody behind me for about a half mile, and we're catching up with this milk hauler. I've got my cruise set at the speed limit of 65, so let's get out and around. What in the hell is going on here? We've got a whole line of sons of bitches. It's going to have to pass every truck in Oregon, it appears. I haven't sped up. I'm still just doing 65. And I'm going past these trucks pretty quick. They're going about 5 miles an hour slower than me. Maybe it's a bunch of locals that have their trucks governed at 60. I'm still just doing the speed limit at 65 and cruising past these vehicles pretty quickly. It looks like that one up there is also going 60, but I'm going to move over because it's going to take me a minute to catch up with them. You know, I do not have to drive all the way to the TA in Aurora. I could stop here at this Love's if I wanted to. It's got a Carl's Jr. I like Carl's Jr. That Love's probably has a shop. I could put it in the shop there. Alright, there's one truck merging on, but I'm going to make it past the end of the on-ramp before it gets there. I think. Unless they have like some crazy acceleration. They do have some pretty crazy acceleration. I'm going to make it past the on-ramp before they get there, but it wasn't as big of a gap as I expected. Jubitz, I-5 North, exit 307, 300 parking. Jubitz has 300 parking spots. That's a lot of parking spots for a truck stop. Jubitz is like the truck stop everybody talks about in Portland. And I hardly ever go there. I remember when I was driving truck like 20 years ago. I remember going through the Portland area often, and I always topped off fuel at Jubitz. I hated going there because it was out of the way. I remember to get to the place, I had to get off the interstate and drive on city streets for quite a ways. And since I've gotten back into trucking, I think I've only been to Jubitz once. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've only been to Jubitz once since I got back into trucking in 2020. And it was whenever I put my truck in the shop for the injector cup issue. They weren't able to get me in the shop the first day I was there. They were only able to like do the basic diagnostics on day one. And they said that they didn't have enough time in the day to finish or even start on the injector cups. So they told me to just come back the next day. And the Volvo dealer Tech is pretty close to Jubitz. So I just went over to Jubitz Bobtail. The Volvo dealer let me leave my trailer there overnight. So I just bobtailed over to Jubitz and stayed the night at Jubitz. Whenever I get parked, I'm gonna check and see what the fuel prices are at Jubitz. I have my fuel app set up to only show me the majors. TA Petro, Pilot Flying J, and Loves. It doesn't show me anything else. But I'm going to check and see what Jubitz is whenever I get there. See if it's like crazy low fuel prices. So why do I have the fuel app only show me the majors? Because they are the only fuel prices that are accurate. If I enable everything, then I'll see mom and pops and convenience stores and stuff like that. And those prices are not updated all the time. You'll see fuel prices that are really cheap at some of these convenience stores or mom and pop truck stops. And they're only cheap because the prices haven't been updated in a really long time. So if you're planning on fueling at some mom and pop or a convenience store or something like that, based off of some price you're seeing on Landstar's fuel app, I would highly recommend that you check their website or you call them to see what their actual fuel prices are. in a second here. I'm watching this truck that's passing me. It seems like they're not maintaining speed. They're just like slowing down to almost the same speed I'm going. And then they're realizing that they're passing me slow, and then they speed up. Then they slow back down, and then they speed up. And now they just sprayed my windshield. So now I got crap smeared all over the window. Yay. We got some big ass snow covered mountain way off in the distance. That reminded me of the renaming of Mount McKinley. Trump went through and undid a lot of renaming of stuff from the radical left, and I am in favor of that. I support Trump doing that. I really hate the radical left going through and trying to rewrite history and trying to like vilify really important people to our country. So I'm all for undoing all of the radical left's renaming of everything, but Mount McKinley, Denali sounds so much better. I don't know the history on Mount McKinley, but it's my understanding that it was originally called Denali by the natives. And then at some point, it was renamed to Mount McKinley. And then the radical left came in and renamed it to Denali. And then Trump renamed it back to Mount McKinley. I think Denali is a really cool name. I have no idea who the McKinley guy was that they named it after. All right, now we're going to start driving alongside this big body of water. One of these days, I'm going to look up what in the hell this body of water is. I drive past it all the time, and I don't know whether it's a sea or a lake or a river. Oh, this truck's moving ass. Get her done. RVK Express. Ooh, it started getting hot in here, so I turned the temperature over to cold, and now it got real cold in here. Let's turn the temperature back on the hot side. It's only 45 degrees outside, Surprised that it was blowing such cold air inside here. We are going up the tiniest of tiny hills, and that truck that flew past me is going slow up the hill. It's windy out here. Back to video games. I don't think I ever finished talking about video games. So while I was parked there at the casino trying to figure out what to do, thought I was going to watch a movie, thought I might play a video game. So I started looking at the video games. One of the video games that I was thinking about looking at was Path of Exile. They are launching a new season, a new expansion soon. I thought it was happening like today. I thought it was happening at the end of February, but it's not happening until, I want to say, like March 6th. It's still over a week away. A week away, a week away. So once I noticed that it was still quite a ways away, over a week, I just stopped looking. I didn't even bother to look to see what the expansion was about, because the way Path of Exile releases the expansions is they basically just release teasers up until really close to launch day, and then like a day or two before it launches, they'll release the patch notes and give the details of exactly what's happening. So I don't really want to look through teasers. I'll just wait until they release the details. So I started looking at other video games. And the Black Desert Online private server released into beta yesterday. So I downloaded that and played on it for a few minutes. I don't think that one's going to work out for me, because the people running the server have been terrible at communication. And what little information I know about them, they're trying to make a living off of the game. So it's going to be heavily monetized, which is the reason that I don't play on the official servers, the retail servers, is because it's so greedy. It's so heavily monetized. Whenever the game initially launched, they launched it as buy to play without any pay to win. And I paid $100 for the game. The game was like $60, and I got like the collector's edition, which was like $100. And then a few months after it launched, they decided that they were going to change the model of the game, and they were going to make it a free-to-play game that was heavily monetized with a lot of pay-to-win. Did I get a refund for the $100 that I spent on the game? Nope. Just a bait and switch. I don't think they actually made it fully free to play. They lowered the price down to like $10 for the game. So it's buy to play, pay to win, tons of items that you can buy in the cash shop, and it has a monthly subscription. Like, it is ridiculously heavily monetized. It's the reason I don't play on it. I played that game for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. When it first came out, I played on the retail server. I was pretty hardcore on the server. I was in like a top guild and all the rest of that good stuff. Very active player. And I was just, putting money into the game. Trying to keep up with everybody else in a pay-to-win game. I was dropping $100 here, $100 there. And then one day I looked at the total amount I had spent, and I had spent over $4,000 on the cash shop. And that's when I stopped playing the game. And from then on, I've only played on private servers, and I only play on private servers that don't force me to pay them money to play on it. I will not spend another penny on that game. I really like Path of Exile's monetization, and they make a lot of money off of it. You don't need to spend a penny to play the game. There are some convenience features, the stash tabs that you can purchase that make the game a lot easier to play. I mean, it could be seen as pay to win. Basically anything, well, everybody has their own definition of pay to win. My definition, anything that allows you to advance faster than other players is pay to win. Because these are all progression games. So anything that allows you to progress faster than players that don't buy it, that's pay to win. Some people try to delude themselves on pay to win, and they claim that it's not pay to win unless there are items that can only be purchased with real life money that are better than items that can be acquired in the game. That is ridiculous. That is an extreme version of pay to win, but that's not like the minimum for something to be pay to win. But yeah, Path of Exile has the stash tabs, which could be seen as a really mild version of pay to win. Because without the stash tabs, it is a pain in the butt to manage your loot. And you get a tremendous amount of loot in Path of Exile. So if it's really time consuming for you to manage your loot because you don't have the stash tabs that organize it for you, then somebody else can advance faster than you that does have those stash tabs, because they can just come in and drop everything and it auto organizes, and you're having to sit there and manually move things over, and you don't have very much space to store things. It can be very tedious, very time consuming. But aside from the stash tabs, it's just purely cosmetic. Well, kind of. I think if you get like their league pass, you can get some items that are not purely cosmetic. But for the most part, Path of Exile is supported by purely cosmetic items. And the stash tabs, you only need to buy them once. And if you catch them on sale, you can get pretty much all the stash tabs for, I don't know, $20 or $30 or something like that, and never have to spend another penny on the game. That's pretty awesome. I think Path of Exile is the gold standard for how to monetize a game. All right, let's grab a soda. $146 miles to go. 125 miles until we get to the 205. It is 8:25 a.m. But I'm going to give that Black Desert server a try. Right now it's in beta, and the people that are running the server are Russian, and they are giving very, very little information about the server. They haven't told us what their monetization is. They haven't told us what the rates are on the server. They haven't given us any information on the server at all, other than just how to connect to it. So yeah, all of the people running the server, none of them speak English. There's an Asian guy that is doing the development of the server, the code, the programming. and then there's a couple of Russians that are running the server, and they're all doing it to make a living. Not just to make money, they're doing it as a living, as like their primary income. I'm going down a steep grade. Let's keep an eye on the speed. I think this might be the spot where it gets twisty. There's a spot like this where down at the bottom of the grade it turns, and that's when you start getting into like lots of sharp turns. These turns are not very sharp. So this is probably not it. Need to figure out what my fuel gauge should be at. What's the fuel? What's the mileage on this tank? So it was right at 200 miles from Boise to the casino, and then it was 40 miles. I think it was almost exactly 250 miles from the TA in Boise to the place where I delivered the load. And then the place I delivered the load to Portland, I think, was right at 200 miles. So I've driven about 60 miles. So I've driven about 310 miles on this tank. And I am showing quite a bit over 3/4 of a tank. It's not like right on 3/4 of a tank. It's almost an eighth of a tank over 3/4. So that seems about right. I'll be at about 450 miles on this tank whenever I get to the TA. Being up here in this area around all these fishermen makes me want to watch The Deadliest Catch. I would like to get caught up on The Deadliest Catch, but there are so damn many seasons. What I do whenever I want to watch a TV show is I start from episode 1. Season 1, episode 1. So, like, take Game of Thrones, for example. Every time they would release a new season of Game of Thrones, I would rewatch it from the very first episode. So whenever season, 2 came out, I'm not sure if I started watching it that early. There might have already been 2 or 3 seasons out by the time I started watching it. But we'll just use this as an example. Like, whenever season 2 would come out, I would rewatch the entire thing. I would wait until the season was over with. I can't stand watching stuff like 1 episode a week. So I would wait until the season was completed, and then I would rewatch it from the very beginning. And then when the next season would end, I would do the same thing, rewatch it all over again. I did that with Game of Thrones. I did that with The Walking Dead. I can't remember what all TV series I did that with. But like Lost was already over and done with whenever I first watched that. It had the show had already been canceled or ended or whatever by the time I watched it. So I was able to watch Lost all the way through. And I have watched Lost so many times. I used to watch X-Files over and over again. But I haven't watched X-Files in a long time. But that's a TV show that I used to watch over and over. Every season, every episode. Just watch it from the very first episode to the very last episode. I just do that. I just watch it in my free time for, a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks. Watch every episode. And then 6 months later, do it again. Other TV shows I've watched over and over and over again. Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, Stargate Universe. What's another one? What is another one? I can't think of another one right now that I watch over and over. There are other ones, but I can't think of them right now. Oh, Trailer Park Boys. I've watched every episode of that 3 or 4 times. Battlestar Galactica. I think I've only watched that whole thing once. I've tried to rewatch it again, but I just get kind of burnt out on it before I finish season 1. It's just too much of a soap opera. It's got some things that I really like about it, but it has too much like personal, like relationship drama. I don't like relationship drama stuff like a soap opera. I like mystery, thriller, sci-fi type stuff. But Deadliest Catch, I watched that, I think, all the way through to every episode that was available at the time. And then I stopped watching it for a few years. And then I was going to rewatch the whole thing. They came out with more seasons. They came out with a lot more seasons. I think they do more than one season per year. I think they do like 2 seasons a year or something like that. So I tried to rewatch it from the very first episode, get caught up, and then watch all the new episodes. And I wasn't able to make it all the way to the new episodes. You know what sounds really good right now? Ramen noodles. Maruchan Top Ramen, whatever brand it is that I've got. Beef ramen sounds really good right now with some chopped onions in it. That's some poor man food right there. I used to live off that stuff for many years. That was back in the day when, to me, fried potatoes was a luxury. I almost cut my finger off chopping potatoes to make fried potatoes. It was the very first apartment I ever had, a tiny little studio apartment, and I had no money. And for, I doubt that I have anybody listening to my channel that hasn't ever lived on their own. But So I'm sure you already know what it's like. Maybe you don't remember. Maybe it's been so long you don't remember. But whenever you first move out on your own, you do not realize like how much crap you need. Like just getting in your very first apartment, and then you realize like, oh wow, I need toilet paper. I need soap and shampoo and tons of stuff for the bathroom. And then the kitchen is where it gets really expensive. Pots and pans and can openers, forks, spoons, dishes, cups. The list goes on and on and on and on of all of the things that you need to be able to do basic stuff in your apartment. So, yeah, I had almost nothing in my apartment. No money to buy anything. So, I was buying like the cheapest things I could get at Walmart. I did not have like a cutting knife of any kind. All I had, I bought a set of dishes that I think the silverware was included in the set of dishes and cups. There was a small set of dishes, cups, and fork, knife, spoon. And all it had for a knife was a butter knife. Probably cost like $10, $15 or something for the set. So I had to use that butter knife to cut up the potatoes. And that required a tremendous amount of force on the knife to get it to go through a potato. And I was sitting there pressing down really hard trying to slice a potato. And that knife slipped and went across I think it was my thumb. And it cut really deep. I couldn't afford to go to the hospital, so I didn't. I just patched it up as best as I could. And just thinking about it today makes me sick to my stomach because it cut so deep that like I could see stuff inside of the finger that I was like, oh my goodness, man, that looks like a bundle of nerves or something. But I just like put paper towel or tissue paper or something around it and just let it heal. And it healed back. I don't even have I might have a scar. I don't know. That might just be a crease. I don't think I even have a scar from that. And I still have full, feeling in my thumb. I suffered basically no long-term effects from that, which I'm really surprised by. Okay, speed limit just dropped down to 60. And now it's dropping to 50 for construction. I think we're getting close to the Dalles. And the truck speed limit is going to be 60 from here until we get close to Portland, and then it's going to drop to 55. Looks like we're going to single lane. I got a four-wheeler about a quarter mile behind me. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and put my signal on. It does not look like that four-wheeler is racing to pass me before the single lane. We're going to go to the other side of the interstate. I see a bridge up ahead, so Usually whenever they send you over to the other side of the interstate, it's bridge work. So it's probably just going to last until we get to the other side of the bridge, then we'll come back. Looks like they've already done this side of the bridge. This side looks new. Still pretty rough. Think that they would make it to where the bridge and the road, I mean, we've been to the moon and we can't get road connectors to, road and bridges to line up. Still just like almost throw my back out going across bridges. All right, looks like we're back up to a 65 mile per hour truck speed limit. We haven't gotten to the Dalles yet. Man, I must be hungry because I keep smelling stuff that is reminding me of food. Like I just had a really strong ketchup smell. That made me think about McDonald's French fries and a cheeseburger. And the fuel gauge just dropped like an eighth of a tank. It was like an eighth of a tank over 3/4, and now it's just a little bit under 3/4 of a tank. Oh, TA Express, exit 104. We're getting there. What kind of boat is that? Is that a barge that doesn't have a tug or anything moving it around? Yeah, it looks like an empty barge that's just probably anchored there. And traffic is awesome. Live it up, because it's just going to keep getting thicker and thicker the closer we get to Portland. It is so amazing that I can just casually drive 250 miles in a few hours. A couple hundred years ago, the thought of traveling 250 miles, wow, that would be quite the experience to travel 250 miles a couple hundred years ago. All right, there's nobody behind me as far as I can see. Coming up on a slow box truck. Oh, there's another barge that's actually getting moved around by something. All right, still don't see anyone behind me. Seeing that boat made me think about the dream of like going and getting a job on a ship, not like a cruise line. Like, I couldn't stand that. I don't want to be in a customer service job. That would be a nightmare, to work on a cruise ship. But to work on like a container ship, one of the really big container ships, that sounds like it'd be pretty fun. I've never looked into like what the actual jobs are on the container ships or what they pay or anything like that. I've seen some clickbait YouTube videos of people talking about working on container ships and showing their quarters and talking about how they make $100,000+ a year. But I've never really watched those videos or really researched the subject to see like what exactly the jobs are. Because there's a lot of things that you can do that if you get enough experience and you're skilled enough and you have the right level of education or certifications, degrees, whatever, that you can make $100,000+ a year. But there's not many jobs out there that entry level, no experience, no skills, nothing, you just make $100,000 a year. I have got an air leak I need to track down. I don't know if it's with this trailer or if it's the truck. It's not really bad, but it's only taking a few minutes. I haven't timed it, but it's only, I would guess it's only taking about 5 minutes for my air to get down to the point where it kicks in the compressor, below 100 psi, and then it takes it back up to 120, and then it slowly drains down over the course of about 5 minutes, kicks back on. And I haven't noticed this issue until they replace that airline on the trailer. Well, now that I'm sitting here watching it, it seems to be holding air pressure really well. Maybe it's just my imagination. I think that's Mount Hood. I think in the Portland area, the really tall mountain is Mount Hood. Not sure.
There's an object on road ahead.
Should be getting to the Dolls really soon. There is a sign that says the Dolls or Dells, whatever, however you pronounce it, dam is in 1 mile. Truck speed limit is still 65. I've got 102 miles total to go. So I've already driven over or around 150 miles. How long have I been driving? I have 5:23 left, so that means I've been driving for 2 hours and 38 minutes. I wanted to see how much the water level dropped from one side of the dam to the other, but I forgot. I didn't get a good look at the before and after to see approximately how much drop there was in the water. Welcome to the Dolls. Speed limit 65, truck speed limit 60. So truck speed limit is 60 until we get near Portland, then it starts dropping down to 55. So let's reset the cruise, turn it down to 60. These damn four-wheelers. You do not have the right of way. Some old woman just rolling out onto the interstate, going 45 miles an hour, pulling out in front of me. Casa El Mirador. What in the hell does Mirador mean? $20-piece chicken nugget for $6. That's what the sign says for McDonald's. Well, I've got chicken nuggets in the truck, and it cost me about $12, 11 something. We'll say $12 for, I don't know how many chicken nuggets, 4 pounds of chicken nuggets. I've eaten 3 things of chicken nuggets out of it, and there's between like 20 and 25 chicken nuggets each time, so I've eaten between like 60 and 75 chicken nuggets, and I'm probably only halfway through the bag. So we'll say 120 chicken nuggets per bag. I'm paying $12 for 6 20 pieces. If I bought them at McDonald's, it cost me $36. So over here are all over to the right are a bunch of Google facilities, data centers. Google has been building data centers around the country, and they're really secretive with them. The employees are told not to talk about like what they do there and stuff like that. There are secure areas where you have to like have an escort. And you have to get pre-cleared to go onto the property. You have to like send them a picture of your ID, and I don't know if they do a background check or what they do on you. And I read a news article where the community around here, the Dalles, this city, people were complaining about the amount of water that Google was using. So, like the city signed a deal with Google for Google to build data centers here, and they basically gave Google access to their water supply. I don't think they realized how much water Google was going to use. And then after Google set up here, the city realized that this isn't really good for the city. And the main thing I've been hearing is the amount of water that they use. I don't know what in the world a data center would use massive amounts of water for, but it's supposedly having an effect on the entire city of the Dolls, or whatever it is, however you pronounce it. Like, the city's afraid that they're gonna run out of water. It is really windy. I suspect these data centers... Wow, this truck's hauling ass. I suspect these data centers are AI. Well, what they're referring to as AI, LLMs, large language models. LLMs, AI, whatever you want to call it, are really extremely bad for the environment. Massive amounts of electricity, massive amounts of computer components. I haven't done a lot of research on it. I've just skimmed some articles. But what I heard is that NVIDIA, one of the largest manufacturers of graphical processing units, GPUs, has stopped manufacturing consumer video cards because all of the memory is being bought up by data centers. NVIDIA is only manufacturing older style video cards that use slower memory because the latest and greatest memory, the high speed memory, has all been purchased by AI data centers, LLM data centers. LLMs are in a massive market bubble right now. Something they've been talking about is OpenAI, how deep in the hole OpenAI is financially. OpenAI makes ChatGPT. There's just a tremendous amount of investment being put into LLMs because they think that they're going to reach some point, some critical point, where the LLMs are basically going to become sentient, or they're going to start evolving themselves so rapidly. Even if they don't reach sentience, they'll be able to start like evolving so rapidly that they'll be making breakthroughs constantly. And whoever gets to that point first will start making technological breakthroughs so much faster than everybody else that no one will ever be able to catch up with them. A lot of people around the world think we are extremely close to creating artificial intelligence, and whoever creates artificial intelligence first wins. So a lot of people are dumping crazy amounts of money into trying to win that race. Here's the thing. We are not remotely close to creating artificial intelligence. A lot of what is being told to people who do not understand programming, people who do not understand computers, a lot of these people are being told something that is not true. These LLMs are really complex programs, and they're they can be very useful, but they are not artificial intelligence, and they are not even remotely close to artificial intelligence. So we could see a major crash in the LLM market, what is known as the AI market. Once somebody realizes that this is not as cool as the salespeople have been letting on, as the marketing has been letting on, I'll give you some examples as to how not awesome LLMs are. LLMs are nothing new. People have been creating these little chat programs basically since programming has existed. We did it for fun in my QBasic class in high school. You know, you just create if and statements, and you can sit there and have a conversation with a little chat bot. All LLMs are more complex versions of that. And people are like, oh my goodness, these LLMs, they can create code, and they can do this, and they can do that. They can do all these amazing things. Well, not really. I do a little bit of programming. I run some game servers, and I do a little bit of programming on those game servers. And I can tell you from firsthand experience that the chat programs are absolutely horrible at programming. And the programmers that I interact with, the developers that I talk with, make fun of these LLMs because of how useless they are. And the LLMs are programmed to confidently give you answers. So LLMs are always really confident whenever they tell you something. They don't tell you that, they think this might be it. They tell you that they are, this is the answer. They're extremely confident. So if you don't know what the LLM is doing or what it's talking about, if you're just completely reliant on the LLM, then you have no idea how wrong the LLMs are. If you are an expert on a subject and you interact with the LLM and ask it stuff, you'll very quickly realize how wrong the LLMs are and how confidently they provide misinformation. Hello?
Hi, this is Dawn. Did you get
I'm driving. I have you on speaker. I can barely hear you. I deliver. Yes, I delivered the load early, and I've already sent you over the TransFlow. Yeah, I got there at like 5:30 this morning, and I asked them which dock they wanted me to back into, and they went ahead and unloaded me early. So I left there at like 6:30 this morning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, sorry, that was the agent asking me if I delivered the load. I told her I already sent over I transflowed her the documents, and she said that doesn't go to her, that goes to Landstar. I have 56 miles until I get onto the 205. Let's see what this sign says. Snow zone, carry chains or traction tires. It's 49 degrees outside according to my temperature gauge. It's probably colder than that because the sun's out. Anytime there's direct sunlight on the mirror, the temperature gauge typically reads about 5 to 10 degrees too hot. So I would guess it's probably closer to 45 degrees outside. I'm not moving over. Figure your stuff out, four-wheeler. You got a long merge lane right here. The speed limits are low, but there are some cars driving really fast. I've got the cruise set at 60. Car speed limit is 65. Truck speed limit is 60. I don't like truck speed limits. I think they're dangerous. Cars tend to drive 10 to 15 over the speed limit. And having trucks go even slower than the car speed limit creates an even bigger gap between the truck and car speed. And that's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, driver of accidents. The biggest cause of accidents is disparity of speed between vehicles. A fast car catching up with a slow car, rear-ending it. That reminds me of one of the worst accidents I've ever seen. I haven't actually seen very many accidents live. Like, I've seen a lot of accidents that happened before I got there, but I've seen, very, very few accidents. Probably, I don't know exactly how many. I can only think of one off the top of my head that I've seen happen right in front of me. And it was a really scary accident. So I was on my way to work. I was driving down Highway 9 just south of Norman, Oklahoma. And Highway 9 is a divided highway. Well, this particular section of road was a divided highway, 2 lanes both directions. And it was, I want to say, around a 60, might have been a 65 mile per hour speed limit, but there were occasionally stoplights. And I remember I was coming up on a stoplight that was red, and there was traffic completely stopped. And I was in the left lane because I was passing a car. And at this stoplight, the left lane was clear, but the right lane had like 5 or 6 cars completely stopped in it. So I slowed down to 50 miles an hour to drive past those vehicles in case, I slowed down in case somebody pulled out in front of me. And the car I was passing did not slow down. She was like going almost the exact same speed I was. And ran into those cars that were completely stopped. Rear-ended a car, like she was right alongside me whenever she rear-ended the car, and she was going like the exact same speed I was. I don't know what in the hell was going through her mind to just rear end, completely stop traffic like that. I don't know if she was inebriated or distracted or what the deal was. But I just kept on driving. Luckily, none of the vehicles touched me. All right, what's going on with this truck? How did I catch up with this truck and now all of a sudden it's going the same damn speed as me? Did it merge on in front of me? Like, what's going on here? I don't remember how this truck got in front of me. Did it pass me? I am slowly catching up with it. All right, I think. All right, we're gonna go around. I think what it is it is actually hauling a load. I thought it was empty, but it's hauling some kind of flat metal that's probably really, really heavy. It has all of its axles down. Oh, now it's speeding up. I'm doing 65 and it's almost speed matching me. I sped up to 65 to get around it faster, and it's sped up to 65 with me. So it's really, really heavy, and whenever we're going over just the slightest, tiniest little hills, it's dropping a lot of speed. That's how I'm catching up with it. Way station in 2 miles. Hopefully I get a bypass, or hopefully the ABS light decides to turn off again. I doubt the ABS light's going to turn off. It's been on solid since it came on shortly after I left the, well, not shortly, it was a couple hours after I left the TA that it came on. All right, looks like there's a sign that says closed on the way station. They've got an orange sticker on the way station 1 mile sign that says closed. Yay. And now the flatbed that I just passed has sped up and is riding my ass. I stayed up at 65 to get about 1,000 feet ahead of it. And it has sped up and is just riding my ass right now. Why do people do this crap? Like, if you want to go fast, then go fast. Why do people, like, feel such a need to be in front? Now it's slowed down. And it's like 300 feet behind me. It got up to within about 50 feet of me. Now it's backed off by about 300 feet. "65 miles until we get to the TA in Aurora." That's about an hour and 5 minutes. It's 9:43 right now, so about 10:50 a.m. We are right on schedule to get there at approximately 11 a.m., which was my ETA I came up with earlier. This train is loaded with containers. Just look at how many trucks. This one train, every one of those containers would be a truck. So many loads for trucks going on rail. That flatbed is catching up with me again. You've got to be really careful down this section of road. That reminded me, like, I just saw some standing water on the shoulder of the roadway back there. This section of road has spots where water will pool. This section of road has a couple of spots that have really bad drainage, which is crazy to think of, given that this is the Portland area where, there's tons of rain. You would think that these roads would be designed with really good drainage, since they get so much precipitation. But yeah, when it's raining through here, you have to be very, very careful on this stretch of road. There's some more than one spot that will pull some deep water. Flatbed got really close behind me and then backed off to about 200 feet. And this area is so pretty. Could you imagine trying to traverse this area hundreds of years ago before we had roads and stuff through here? This whole spot where the road is at right now would be really thick trees and brush like it is over on the sides of the road. It would be difficult to travel like 5 miles a day through this kind of thick brush. It could take years to travel across the entire country, coast to coast. I don't know, there are some areas in the central part of the country that you could probably do several miles per day. Maybe like 20 or 30 miles a day. All right, we went up a tiny little hill, and that flatbed is now like a half a mile behind me. Lost a lot of speed on that hill. Alright, we're going up and down hills now. That flatbed is pretty far behind me, and it's going to drop even further back going through this stuff. We're getting there, 55 miles until we get to the truck stop. 26 miles to Troutdale, 41 miles to Portland, so says the sign. 33 miles to Interstate 205 southbound. That car just pulled to the shoulder. Yep. And somebody just, what the fuck? Person just ran across the road. What a jackass. Just opened up his door and bolted across the street in front of me. There was something going on the other side of the interstate. There were several vehicles on the shoulder. There was a truck and a few cars, and I wasn't able to see what was going on the other side of the interstate because I was focused on the idiot running across the road in front of me. But apparently he was running across the interstate to get to whatever was going on the shoulder on the other side of the interstate. He did not appear to be blessed with much in the brain department. He could have driven right down to here. Turned around and got back on the interstate and went back. And then he wouldn't have had to run across the interstate, taking him 5 minutes. Single lane closures starting March 2nd. Hopefully I'm out of here by then. Today is the 25th. There's only, I don't think it's leap year. So today's Wednesday the 25th. 26th, 27th on Friday. 28th will be the last day of the month. Sunday will be March 1st. Monday will be March 2nd. Yeah, I'm not going to be out of here by then, most likely. Because they typically post these window loads several days in advance. These window loads are not usually posted like the day that they pick up or the day before they pick up. They're usually posted like a week in advance. So even if I were to book a load today, tomorrow, or Friday, it probably wouldn't pick up till the end of next week. Hopefully these single lanes are only going to be going in this direction and they won't affect me. This lane, this road going single lane will cause significant traffic backup if it's an extended single lane. If it's a really short single lane, it won't be too bad, but you see the barrels. Damn it. They've got barrels on the other side of the interstate too. You see the barrels they've got sitting there ready for the single lane. And it looks like they've got barrels on the other side getting ready for the single lane. So both sides might be going single lane. End road work. So this looks like the spot where they're going to end the single lane. So it's maybe a mile of single lane. That won't be too bad. What about this other side, man? They got barrels going on forever. Historic U.S. Highway 30. Damn it. We're running into some fog. Hopefully it doesn't get much worse than this. Looks like the fog's lifting. Here comes Amazon Prime. Lots and lots of signs on these exits that say no trucks. Oh, I just got a smell of something that made me think of like a charbroiled cheeseburger. Oh, it sounds so good. Like something cooked on a charcoal grill. One of these days I'll win the lottery and I can just live my dream. If I won the lottery, which I never play the lottery, so I'm not gonna win. I don't waste money on like 1 in a million chances. But if somehow through magic I won the lottery, I won like $100 million. The government's going to take their half, so I get 50 million. I would be able to live the rest of my life off of $50 million easily. I would liquidate everything I currently own, and I would go live my dream of the 34-foot sailboat. I might splurge a little bit, and instead of buying a cheap used one for like 30 grand that I need to fix up a little bit, I might buy a brand new one for a couple $100,000. And then just live around in the Florida Keys. Living the dream. I'll tell you what, if I had $50 million, my boat would have air conditioning. Right now, with me being as poor as I am, if I do end up living that sailboat dream, probably not going to have air conditioning. I'll have a fan. That'll be my air conditioning. All right, I'm going to go ahead and speed up a little bit and pass this flatbed while I have room to do so, because there's a lot of four-wheelers coming up on me and they're about to box me in behind this flatbed. Rooster Rock State Park, 1 mile, no trucks. They don't even want us in Rooster Park. That's racist. Lewis and Clark Trail site at the next exit. I bet trucks aren't welcome. Trucks don't even get to see Lewis and Clark's trail site. Rooster Rock State Park. Fee park, no trucks. So not free, but fee park. Sounds like you got to pay a fee. I think that sign right there at the exit said parking permit required. It said something like stop at the some station. Hopefully I'm able to get my normal parking spot at the TA. There's a spot that I like to park in where all the spots around me are straight backs. severely reduces the risk of getting hit. But, there's still dumb people out here, so even when it's a straight back, like when I was parked in just east of Nashville at a truck stop, the spot next to me was a straight back, and there was some inexperienced driver, foreigner that didn't speak English worth a damn, almost hit me because they were trying to alley dock it. And I had to honk my horn at them. Luckily, there was a whole bunch of noise and stuff going on outside, and I got up into the driver's seat to figure out what was going on, and it was really busy out there, and people were trying to back into spots, and this person was trying to back into the spot to the right of me, and they were backing in. The back of their trailer was partially in the spot, but their trailer was nowhere even remotely close to straight. It was at an angle, like it was at an extreme angle. And he didn't realize that, like, he couldn't back in from that angle. He had a terrible setup. And he's just going backwards, and he's about to hit the truck over on the right side of the spot he's backing into, and he's about to take out my front end. He's about to hit two trucks, so I honk at him. I go out there and I try to tell him, you can't get in there from that angle. You need to redo your setup, and he doesn't speak English. So he gets out of the truck, and I come over there and I show him. I point, can't do this. And he's confused. He doesn't know what to do. And he walks back to his truck, and he pulls forward a little bit. He does like the standard inexperienced driver move where he pulls forward, maneuvering the truck around, but he maneuvers it in a way where he gets into the exact same position he was in. That's what inexperienced drivers do. Whenever they do a pull-up, they will do a pull-up and then start going backwards, and they'll do it in a way to where they don't change their position. And that's what he did. He started trying to back in there again. I stopped him again. And I told him, why don't you just straight back it? You don't need to do this. You can just back straight into it. And he didn't know what I was talking about. So I directed him. I had him pull out of the spot and then just back up. And once I got him backed up, then all the trucks that were trying to circle the parking lot, we let all of them drive around us because he was blocking traffic. And then I told him, just pull forward right there. Just pull in front of that truck. And he did. He pulled up in front of that truck, and it was just a straight back. And it took him like 10 minutes to straight back. He was lined up perfect straight back. And it took him like 10 minutes to back into it from a straight back. These are the kind of people that have CDLs out there. I mean, people who cannot back these trucks up. That's one of the reasons we have so many creative parkers. People who just like park along curbs and stuff like that because they can't back. You'll have people that will park alongside the scale when there's 90% of the parking lot empty. One of the times that I was at the TA, I was parked in the back, the TA in Aurora that I'm headed toward right now. I was parked in the back section where there's a whole bunch of spots. And the guy to the left of me, somebody was trying to park to the left of him. And the parking spots directly across from us were all empty. So it basically made it to where the entire row was a straight back because you had so much room, you could just straight back in there. And the person that was trying to park to the left of him, all right, truck speed limit's now going down to 55. Backed into his left side. Straight back. This was a straight back, and backed into the left side of his truck. And he was so mad. He's like, he was sitting there. When I heard the noise of the crunching sound, I got up in my driver's seat and started watching what in the hell was going on to make sure I didn't get hit, make sure it wasn't me that got hit. And he saw me there, and he was like, how in the hell can you not straight back? So he went up there and talked to that driver. Marine Drive. There's the Loves, and the TA is right next to the Loves, so we're driving through Troutdale. Marine Drive is a really popular road here on the east side of Oregon, or east side of Portland over here in Troutdale. There's the TA. They've turned basically their entire parking lot into paid parking. 7.5 miles to get onto the 205 South. Damn it. The light just turned green on the on-ramp. I think we get a third lane right here, though, so I don't need to move over for this line of vehicles that's racing to get onto the interstate. They have their own lane. So the truck backed into him. He gets out, talks with the person. I never saw the driver. I have no idea if they were a foreigner. I have no idea if it's a man, woman, old, young. No idea. But backs into him. He goes up there and talks to him. Don't know. I have no idea what they said, but my guess is that they said they would exchange information once the person got parked. So the person pulls forward a little bit and then starts backing up again and backs into the guy's truck again. Back straight back into and hits him in the exact same spot again. The guy starts losing his mind, yelling, screaming, honking, goes up there and talks with him again, gets him to pull up further, and now the guy doesn't trust them at all. He's sitting there in his truck ready to honk the horn, and he ends up honking the horn at him several times, trying to avoid them hitting him again. And they spent somewhere around 45 minutes to an hour, and I am not exaggerating, trying to straight back into that spot. And because it was taking so long, and there were lots of horns honking and stuff, drivers started leaving their trucks and coming over and trying to help this person. People were trying to guide them on how to back into the spot, and this person they couldn't even follow simple directions on a straight back. So eventually somebody just hopped into their truck and backed it in for them. Those are the people we're out here sharing the roads with. How do you get a CDL if you can't even straight back one of these trucks? You might be sitting there thinking, well, you don't have to take a road test to get a permit, so maybe they only had a permit. Well, if they only had a permit, then they would have had to have a licensed driver in the truck with them. And if they had a licensed driver in the truck with them, why did some random person have to back the truck up for them? If they had a licensed, qualified driver in the truck. No, I'm pretty sure that person had a CDL, or it might be one of these people driving around without a CDL. We have quite a few people out over the road driving around that don't have CDLs. You know, there's not a left lane restriction there, Super Trucker. You don't need to be passing on the right. Out here driving 65 and a 55. .3 miles until Interstate 205. And I have no idea what lane I need to be in. Looks like I need to be over on the left. All right, so the left 2 lanes.
2 miles. Use the left 2 lanes to take exit 9 for I-205 south towards Salem.
So the left 2 lanes. This center lane can go either direction. So I'm okay in this lane. But yeah, I'm a little bit OCD about where I park because I've been hit so many times and I've seen so many people get hit and the person that hits them just drives away. What normally happens if somebody backs into another truck at a truck stop, if they don't think anybody saw them, then they'll just go find another spot to park at the same truck stop. If they think somebody saw them, then they'll leave the truck stop and go somewhere else.
In half a mile, use the left 2 lanes to take exit 9 for I-205 south towards Salem.
And if I see somebody doing that crap, I will do everything I can to help out the person that got hit on that hit and run.
Use the left 2 lanes to take exit 9.
right, let me see.
Quarter mile. Use any lane to take the I-205 south ramp to
Let me see if this lane continues. I don't know if I need to get over in the left lane or what the deal is here. All right, we're good. We're okay.
Use any lane to take the I-205 south ramp.
Be prepared to stop when flashing.
Continue on I-205
And I've got
south for 21
these idiots
miles.
flying by me. Yep. Traffic is crawling on the 205. It's not stop and go, but it's thick. But yeah, I try to park in spots where it's as easy as possible to get into the spots on either side of me. I try to get into spots where it's a straight back on the spots on either side of me. PBX Logistics, operated by Dragon Trucking Incorporated. Just a second, I'm going to create some space because I have a feeling that Dragon Trucking Incorporated is going to try to pass extra on the right. You might think, hey, close up the space, block them. No, don't do that. Stupid is, stupid does. Stupid people are going to do stupid things. If you try to stop a stupid person from doing something stupid, you're just going to get caught up in their stupid. You play stupid games with stupid people, you win stupid prizes. Dragon Trucking Incorporated is losing his or her damn mind right now, wanting to get around that other truck. They're just tailgating the hell out of them. All right, let's move. Let's remove the next stop.
Traffic is getting worse. You're still on the fastest route. You will now arrive at 11:02 a.m.
The next stop that I had pinned on the route. Just a second here. Hell, I was going to try to move over to the left, but everybody's just slamming on their damn brakes. So it just kind of pinned me into this lane. It's really hard to move over for somebody in the shoulder in city traffic. All right, I'm moving over. I've got space to move over. The cars in front of me are slowing down. And I'm not in the mood to fight with merged traffic. And I think once we get close to I-5, that right lane goes exit only. And it can be very difficult to get out of that lane. Got 17 miles until we hit I-5 though. 28 miles until we get to the truck stop. So 11 miles on I-5. I am really surprised that Dragon Trucking Incorporated has not passed that truck. Look at this car passed on the left. It's all Japanesed out. It might be Korean. I can't tell the difference between like Japanese and Chinese and Korean. But they had a bunch of Asian writings on it. And all kinds of anime designs and stuff. When I think of anime, I think of Japan. So that's the reason I suspect it's Japanese. If that ABS light goes out, I'm going to lose my damn mind. The error better stay on. And if you're curious as to how fast I'm going, I have my cruise set at 55, which is the speed limit for everyone. The speed limit is 55 for trucks, cars, everybody. I have not gotten a single load alert today. It is 10:37 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, local time here in Portland. I have not noticed. Ooh, I haven't noticed any tents, but I just noticed underneath that bridge there's fence installed to keep people from living under the bridge. So maybe Portland has started running out the homeless. Normally, when I'm driving down interstates in the Portland area, you'll see tents over in the shoulder area everywhere, and people living under bridges. And I'm not saying that they're not there, but I have not noticed a single homeless person yet. There's usually like little tent cities everywhere. Maybe it's the temperatures. Maybe it's gotten so cold, people relocated. I doubt it. This has to be some kind of city enforcement. The city must be cracking down on homeless. I mean, I feel bad for homeless people. I'm like one paycheck away from being homeless myself. But, like, you can't just live any damn where you want. And another big problem with the homeless is that a lot of them are filthy. It just becomes like a garbage dump wherever they're camped out at. All right, we just crossed into Oregon City. So now let's see if, oh, there's a homeless person right there. Over on the right, I saw a tarp. If it's, a city thing, then we'll see a change as we go into a different city. And people get entitled to stuff if you let them get away with it for a period of time. If people do something they're not supposed to do and they don't get in trouble for it, then they start to feel entitled to do it. Give you an example. When I was a security guard, at a shopping center, this was after because I was a security guard there for a long time. For those of you who've been following the channel, you've probably heard me talk about it at some point in the past. When I first started there, it was just like a construction site. Well, this was after it was a construction site. After all of the brand new buildings, the J.C. Penney and everything were in there. I'm doing my, patrol one night, driving around, and there's somebody shooting a bow and arrow alongside the J.C. Penney building. They have a target set up. There's like a grassy area in between two of the buildings alongside J.C. Penney's. And he's sitting there in that grassy area shooting a bow and arrow at a target. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I pull up there and I'm just like, what are you doing? He's like, shooting my bow? Like, what? Why do you think that's okay to do? Like, where do you live? And he's like, I live right there. His property was adjacent. He just, like, crawled over his fence. And was just sitting there shooting a bow and arrow in a shopping center. And it was like 9 o'clock at night. Most of the shopping center was closed. And I was like, you can't do that. I need you to leave the property and don't ever shoot bows and arrows on this property or anything on this property again. And he like gave me attitude. He didn't want to leave. And he said that he'd been shooting there for years. That was his justification, is that he'd been doing it for years. So he crawled back over his fence into his yard and then shot bows and arrow shot his bow and arrow at his target in his yard. Five miles until I-5 South. I have seen hardly any homeless people. This is crazy. I only remember seeing that one. Normally driving around Portland, it's like going to the zoo or something. There's just homeless people and tents everywhere. I think the truck speed limit has gone up to 60, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm looking for a sign. Google's telling me the speed limit's gone up to 65, which means the truck speed limit has probably gone up to 60. I know that along I-5 and around in Portland, the truck speed limit does not go above 60. The only place where the truck speed limit that I've seen is 65 is east of the Dalles. 2.5 miles to I-5, 13 miles to the TA. And there's a school bus merging on. They have a merge lane. It's not straight onto the interstate. I'm not sure how much of a merge lane they have, though.
In 2 miles, use the left 2 lanes to take the I-5 South exit
I'm going to go
towards
ahead and
Salem.
turn my cruise off. Yeah, the speed limit's 65, truck's 60. And I think I'm going to grab that left lane because I'm pretty sure when we merge on to I-5, I'm going to have to jump.
In half a mile, use the left 2 lanes to take the I-5 South exit towards Salem.
Left quite a bit.
Use the left 2 lanes to take the I-5 South exit.
And I don't want to fight with these folks not letting me over to the left. I'm going to keep space in front of me for this school bus, even though it's going below 60. I'm having to slow down to maintain space for the school bus to move over in front of me. All right, school bus, what's going on? Are you taking that exit, or do you want to get over in front of me? Wants to get over in front of me. Now we're cruising at 60. Got 8 miles until our exit. a second here. Slowing down because of all the merge traffic. Good Lord, what in the hell's wrong with that car? It just like blew it. There it goes again. Like every time they hit the throttle, they just blow a whole bunch of smoke out. White smoke, doesn't that indicate like coolant is getting into the system? It's like a coolant leak in the head gasket or something like that. I don't know. People like it when their cars smoke and make lots of noise and stuff. So there are people that go out there and intentionally like do things to their car to make them smoke or make a lot of noise. I don't understand that kind of stuff. But, you know, I like playing video games, and a lot of people can't understand like why someone would sit there in front of a computer and play video games for 12 hours a day. So everybody has their own little thing that they enjoy.
There are police reported ahead.
Son of a biscuit. Look at this idiot. There's some jackass in an SUV that when everybody moved over a lane, they floored it and tried to pass everybody in this right lane. They came flying up at like 100 miles an hour, and I just went ahead and moved over in front of them. I didn't cut them off. They were still like a couple hundred feet behind me after I completed the lane change. But what a jackass to do that right in front of a cop. That person must not understand the law. They just exited right there. They're driving a full-size SUV, an old one, like late 90s, early 2000s. All right, let's see what the rest area looks like. It's about half full. You got CRST, lots of spots open, and CRST is parked in the middle of the damn roadway. It's really frustrating when you get into a rest area and somebody pulls that little maneuver. Like you're driving down the rest area, and you can't get out of the rest area because somebody's parked right in the roadway right there, treating it like it's a parking spot. Like,
In 2 miles, take exit 278 toward Ellen Road Northeast.
that's how people get out of here. That's not where you park. All right, and at our exit, there has been a lot of construction going on here. They're trying to redo that whole area. So what the problem is that it's a really busy exit, and it would get backed up because it's a stop sign, and it's not a four-way stop at the end of the exit. So you have to sit there and wait for cross traffic, wait for an opening in cross traffic. And traffic would get backed up all the way to the interstate to where cars were completely stopped on the interstate. So they have been doing construction in this area to try to completely redesign the on-off ramp and the roads where these truck stops are at to alleviate a lot of the traffic congestion issue. So who knows what the roads look like now, because they're constantly changing because of the amount of construction they're doing over here.
In half a mile, take exit 278 toward Ellen Road Northeast.
11:01 a.m. Right on time for the ETA.
Take exit 278.
Now you see here there's a really long exit lane. Before they started this construction, the exit didn't start until way up there. It was just a really short exit lane. There wasn't really a lane, it just exited straight off. Now they have a lane where traffic can back up in this lane instead of on the interstate. The exit used to start right about here.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
They still have it set up to where it's not a four-way stop. You have to sit there and wait for an opening in cross traffic. But you can see over here on the right,
At the stop sign, turn right onto Ellen.
they have all kinds of roads that they're building. Like there's all kinds, like they are completely redoing this area. I have no idea what it's going to look like when they're done.
At the next light, turn right. At the light, turn right onto Bent's Road Northeast.
The TA has a couple of pull-through spots right in front of the shop that are, I think they're supposed to be used for people that are going into the shop. They can just park in those spots. Hopefully there's nobody in those spots. I can just park there and walk in and check in at the shop.
Continue straight, then turn left.
Let me see what CLC is doing here.
Take your next right at
You got to be careful pulling in here, because if somebody just gets in the middle of the roadway there, it can make it difficult to pull in. All right, all right, all right. This person's broke down in the middle of the road. That's not good. There are spots open over here where I like to park, but this guy's kind of like just parked in the middle of the damn road. All right, all right. There are spots open in the pull-through spots. No parking 1, no parking 2. Well, too bad. I'm parking here.
Head northwest.
All right, I'll be right back. All right, so we're checked in. They told me it's not going to take too long. And I asked them how long I can stay in this no parking spot right here. And they said that I can stay there until they call me in. If they need me to move, they said they'll let me know. So we're just going to hang out here. Until they call us in. And then I'll explain. They didn't even ask me anything about what's wrong with it. I just told them it's a trailer ABS issue, and they didn't ask for any additional information. So whenever I get pulled in there, I'll explain the story. I'll tell the story to the mechanic. So let me pause this while I check my email and check the news and see what's going on, and then I'll unpause the video and probably wrap up the video and end it, because I could be here for a few hours getting this done. And once I get this done, then I'm going to head over to a parking spot. So let me pause this. All right, so no emails and no interesting news. We have not attacked Iran yet. Ooh, this guy's opening up a bay. Is this for me? This is for me. Yeah, buddy. They didn't even call me. They just opened up the bay and waved me over. All right. You see the ABS lights on, right? Error keeps appearing on me. I just had it worked on at the TA in Boise, and the error cleared while I was waiting to get pulled into a bay. And I told him that it was doing 4 flashes, back there and they replaced the electrical line going to the right rear, and they said that if that doesn't fix it, if the air comes back, tell them to replace the speed sensor on the right rear. But it's not getting 4 flashes anymore like it was, so it might be.
Can I get your mileage, please?
Yeah. If you turn the ignition back on, 626039.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to hit the pause button. So, he's already got the diagnostic hooked up to it, and we're checking it out right now. So let me pause this. All right, so they are diagnosing right now. And the problem we're running into is that their diagnostic equipment is not working properly. And rather than troubleshoot the diagnostic equipment, what they're doing is they're back there reseating a whole bunch of cables on the trailer, thinking that the reason that their diagnostic equipment is not getting a signal from any of the speed sensors is because they're not plugged in or something. I don't know. So this could end up not going well. But I did hear him say that while he was back there reseating cables, he found something in the ABS system that wasn't even plugged in. So that might be the problem. Or part of the problem. So yeah, I could be here for a while on this. This is actually a really common issue, is the trailer diagnostic equipment doesn't work properly. I run into this problem all the time at these shops. And I've been here in places where they've spent like hours trying to get the diagnostic equipment to work. So, I guess I'll go ahead and end the video and upload it. And in the next video, I'll try to remember to give you an update as to what the outcome of this shop visit was. Once I get done here, I'll go park, and hopefully they get me done really soon where I can get a good parking spot. And then I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not really tired right now. I was starting to get tired on the drive over here, but now I'm kind of awake. But who knows? Maybe after I get parked, I'll start getting really tired. But I'll watch a movie or play a video game or something. I'll figure out something to do while I'm sitting around waiting on a load. I haven't gotten a single load alert today, which sucks. I was thinking I was going to get tons of load alerts because over the last few days, I've been getting more load alerts than I normally get in this area. But today, absolutely nothing. I need to double check and make sure that it's not broken. The Landstar app screws up often, and it'll just stop giving you load alerts. And one of the things I found that fixes it whenever it stops giving load alerts is to go in and clear your alert history. So maybe I need to go in and check that. But anyway, gonna be sitting in the shop. Let me give you a time. What time is it right now? I've been here at the TA for 44 minutes. It's 11:49 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, local time here in Aurora, Oregon, just south of Portland at the TA. So have a good one. Bye.